Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Monday, August the 25th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me and see my screen. And maybe somebody in YouTube can do the same. And William, it's always good to see that there's at least one literate person in the room. All right, guys. So interesting one today on the short side is Keurig Dr. Pepper, KDP. So they're buying Peet's. Basically, what they're going to Peet's, a huge coffee brand out of Europe, Netherlands, but they're buying them. Market's not liking it so far, and they're going to basically spin off their Dr. Pepper acquisition. Thank you, thanks, Ozzy, and number 14 in our YouTube room. Yeah, so they're eventually they're going to spin off the Dr. Pepper acquisition and just be have two divisions, two different companies, I guess. One just obviously coffee, and the other one, well, Dr. Pepper. So that is the news for them, and it's an $18 billion buyout. 18 billion. I'm trying to see if it's an all can't be all cash. Pete's does not trade on the U.S. exchange, so at any rate, there's KDP getting hammered on that acquisition news. OSRH, it's flirting with $1 again. Yeah, a little bit over $1 again. I do not see any specific news on it, guys. I'm just looking right now. I don't see any news on it. Trying to see if there's any news Friday afternoon. I well, this is Friday afternoon after the market close, some kind of a definitive agreement. So maybe that's it. Ton of volume. 103 million shares have traded already. 6 million and 6.5 million in the float. Next high looking left is about $1.24 on the daily chart anyway. Another acquisition, just to maybe keep an eye on, is CRGY. CRGY, in an all stock transaction, is buying VTLE. So as this one drops, CRGY, so is VTLE because it's an all stock transaction. Okay, so hard to play these, when they're all stock because, when they're both going down, when one's going down, they're both going down. When one's going up, if CRGY goes up, this one will go up also. STSS, STSS, still here. Solana play, raising $400 million to fund Solana Treasury strategy. Altcoin popped all the way up to $18 at the very beginning. What time was that? That was at 4 o'clock. Maybe keep an eye on OPAD, guys. OPAD, OPAD, right at that 200-day moving average. So if it can maintain the 200-day moving average, it definitely has some room. 265 is the next high looking left. This went on a huge run a few weeks ago, maybe a month ago. Yeah, about a month ago. That's the high right there, 17 or on July the 21st. So a month ago, this hit that high way up here at $5, all the way back down to 88 cents. But so really, you're looking at that 200-day moving average as resistance right now. I do not see any news on it today. Now, an earnings play, not too many. NSSC, not a ton of volume yet. The volume will pick up. Big break on the weekly chart. You can just see that. Look at all the consolidation on the weekly chart ahead. And so it's up 15%. Fairly low float, 35 million in the float. And that's NSSC. Shortable for me at Interactive Brokers just to check to see whether or not he's going to run out of steam anytime soon. I think I looked at a monthly chart and I think it still had some room from the current price. Yeah, a little bit. I mean, we're at 36.49 right now. The next high is 37.84. So call that about $1.30 or so to the next high on the monthly chart. Not saying it's going to get there, but this area could stall it anyway. Yeah, yeah, didn't I say NSSC earnings this morning? Now, maybe a wild card, guys. SSL, another cheap one. Well, this is a cheap one. Earnings play. Next high on the monthly chart is 735. Excuse me, 735. Pretty decent volume already. It's a big float, 431 million, but it's holding its own in the pre-market. Now, this might be a misnomer here, guys. SUGP or just resume trading. Well, that maybe it was a reverse split that has not been accounted for, but I don't see that. SUGP is yeah, I don't believe this. I don't believe this. This looks like this is a split of some sort, perhaps. Yeah, it's a split. Thank you. 1 for 10. Okay, so 1 for 10. So that's why. So this is not up 1,000%. Okay. Give me a moment, guys. Want to alert. So I'm going to have to get rid of this. I'm going to have to get rid of this for a while anyway. Just give me a moment. You don't have to do this, okay? Unless it's showing, excuse me, unless it's showing up on something when the market opens. But you don't have to do this. Caps. Let's take a look at. Excuse me. Take a look at caps. Yeah, so 194 is the next high, and then two. So for me, it just doesn't have enough room right now. Anyway, that is the caps. ETHZZ. ETHZZ. A couple of press releases this morning. Number one announces the authorization of $250 million stock repurchase program. I think this is obvious. Well, I shouldn't say obviously, but it looks like it's got something to do with ETH. Yeah, interesting, William. ETH all-time high. Bitcoin is still, I mean, it's what, 111,000. So quite a bit off their all-time high. So they've accumulated 102,000 ETH at an average acquisition price of $3,900. Okay, $3,900. So yeah, obviously this is an ETH play. Next high looking left is 547. That is for ETHZ. I don't know if I mentioned this one. HCWB. Yeah, higher after the company announces scientists have developed something against solid tumors. Okay, so that is HCWB. Next high looking left, I think I saw a little bit of room. The next high looking left on that weekly chart is 547, so we're almost right there. The next high is 615. 615 on the weekly chart. Excuse me for HCWB. So a little bit of room on the weekly chart for HCWB. Ton of volume, 19,000. Very low float. I don't have PDD as an earnings play. Let's take a look at it though. Oops. It's outside the price range. That's right. That's why it's outside the price range I trade. But yeah, this is an earnings play. Yeah, up, down. So it's all kind of flat. So this is the well, we call it the reason. So PDD stock is down after Timu's parents' earnings smashed expectations. Not knowing enough about all this, is this some super competitor of theirs? Well, what then? Why? Well, that's what I kind of threw it. Well, then why would they slipping after the parent company of retailer Temu reported quarterly earnings way ahead of expectations? Well, okay, as somebody noted, I mean, it's sometimes really difficult. You read these press releases and you think, "Wow, this going to soar," and initially it did, but then it just sold off. Temu parent. Okay, so there. Thank you. Yeah, Temu owner PDD falls less than expected. We didn't lose as much. This is also a buyout, guys. It's I don't see it anymore. QIPT. QIPT is a buyout. Very cheap one. QIPT is a buyout. LIDAR. LIDR. Trying. 225 would be a pretty important level for to get out through. I'm going to put a price order in that area. What did they do this morning? Who's any news? That says a strategic partnership to accelerate smart guy infrastructure with AI-driven LiDAR solutions. Okay, so that is LIDR. In fact, I thought the buyout was at 310, Mike, for QIPT. Let me see if I can bring that up again. Yeah, Forager Capital to acquire all cash, 310 per share cash. Now, I don't know if this Forager is a Canadian company because I do see something about. Okay, I wonder if they have dual listings then because it says it halted on the TSX. So they must have a dual listing. It doesn't appear to be a Canadian company though, so I don't get it. And there's a U.S. flag there, so I don't know. I don't get that. Let me see what headquartered in Kentucky, but maybe a dual listing. All right, guys, 9:14. So as always, that's the market rip higher on Friday. Bit of a little bit of a downturn in the SPY this morning. Not much. So let me take a look at. Let's take a look at XLF. So XLF had a nice day on Friday, still a little bit underneath that. I'm sorry, it's financials. I want to see XLE. Sorry. Oh, wow. After months, not months, other than these days over here. So XLE on that massive move with virtually everything on Friday actually is through the 200-day moving average now. So there it is. Again, this has been underneath the 200-day moving average except for 2 days or months. Now, let's take a look at XLV. Let's take a look at the healthcare stocks. They're getting closer and closer. 139.60. 139.60 is the 200-day. We back this out. We'll actually see a glimpse of it maybe. There you are. Wow. So even healthcare is rallying. So now, as we speak, this is the only one underneath the 200-day moving average. And it's been underneath the 200-day for a long time. Take a look at VELO, VELO. Okay, so again, that guy, this is not a massive downturn here, okay? This top trading is VELO in 2022, December of 2022. And then this is an IPO back here. This is a few days ago. So obviously the high here. So it's on the move. VELO's on the move. Okay, just looking at some other stocks that are on their screen, on their monitor. USBC, let's take a look at USBC. USBC has got, wow, it's got some room if you can take this out. It's 146. The next high is almost 2. Low float, 11 million in the float. Let's see what there's any news on this one. USBC completes corporate name and ticker change. So this will be, so that happened it started trading, this is an old, sorry, this is an old headline I'm looking at. Well, let's see now. CGTX, what a couple of weeks it's had. Look at the 2 weeks this has had. CGTX started out 2 weeks ago at 75 cents top, closed 2 weeks ago at 154, closed last week at 281. On the move still, up 16%, ton of volume. So this is previous news. This is an Alzheimer's play, okay? FDA confirmation of its phase 3 trial. That was on the 13th. Okay, so that's previous news, but that's what got it started. Just a continuation. Take a look at a monthly chart. Where could this go? The next high, oops, we're at that high. So you can see there's a high right there at 349. There's one here at 345, and there's one here at 351. I'm going to put a price alert around that 350, 354 mark. Maybe it takes it out, not that far to go. If it does, then look left. A lot of room, 628. And I'm not saying it's going to get there. Yeah, this is certainly on the move. I don't know if this is no. This is looks like new news. Collaborates with the U.S. Army and Raytheon to advance aluminum CP1 additive manufacturing for defense applications. So that is the news for this one. Any way to connect the menu bar with the window? I don't understand quite I don't think so, but I don't. I'm not 100% sure I understand the question. The menu bar with the window. This is from our YouTube room. Are you talking about the toolbar up here? Are you talking like what are you talking about exactly, way down? Talking about the toolbar or something else? My guess is no, but thank you, Pepe. I didn't think so. I did not think so for helping me out there. Yeah, so no. The answer is no, way down. All right, guys, 9:22. So what I'm going to do now is get the layout that I'm going to use once this market opens. So first of all, I want to save my layout. Now, I've got a couple of races going. I'm going to experiment a little bit. I should have a couple of races going. They won't start until they won't start until 9:30, but I'm just going to get them up and running here. So my momentum scan is on my other monitor now. Just want to see how this works for a couple of reasons. There are people who don't, would rather not necessarily trade, these wild ones, the low floaters that have these big moves. So this is a large cap gainers. Okay, this is a large cap gainers. For those of you who don't would rather play or look at larger cap stocks. Now the trade of the week, should have mentioned that one. The trade of the week is SOUN, sound pound, and the trigger is 1275. So it's not quite there. No, I don't know if it's going to trigger. That is so I can see what it is. It's the high of Friday. That's the trade of the week, guys. How you trade it, if you trade it, up to you. First, mini rally ahead of the market open right here. And the low on this high was 643. Well, 643-ish. But a little bit of a rally now through the VWAP so far, through the VWAP. So these are the top 6. So that, other screen that I had, my, pre-market layout, you'll recognize this screen. Perhaps this was the most active up. I've limited it now to the top 6. Just want to take a look and see if there's anything else that we haven't talked about. We talked about the OSRH, the CAPS, the HCWB, STSS, OPAD, and VELO. So we've covered all these, covered them as in we've at least talked about them. So for me to see this one, this still has to be above $1. It's my minimum price in all my scans. OSRH, so it's still above $1. And the next high is 123. Apps. Yeah, this is one I think, look, if it pops through two, probably got some room, but right now, we might have a difficulty getting through two at the beginning anyway. HCWB, I don't know what I found on this one. Ah, that's right. Six on the monthly chart, I think six something. No, I'm wrong. 783 is the next high on the monthly chart. Maybe I have to go to my weekly chart. This one there was something at six. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. So 615 is the next high on the weekly chart. Somebody's asking about Intel. Well, Aussie's asking, well, I don't know what more to add. Obviously, I mean, you're a government. You've taken a 10% stake in it. So where it goes from here, there's the next high looking left is 2653. OPAD is still hanging around the 200-day moving average, guys. So we've got two. The VWAP's at 210 and the 200-day moving average at 207. So put the price alert, say 214. See if we can, number one, clear all those. And the next high looking left, certainly enough room if it got there, percentage-wise. 265 is the next high. Justin in our YouTube room has typed in UPLD. Yeah, no volume yet, so it's at the 200-day moving average, but there's no volume yet for it. Next guy looking left, three something. So yeah, I mean, if it gets some volume, it pops through that. Then the next high way up here. So I don't know, maybe that's what you're looking at, Justin, from our YouTube room. All right, now it's STSS. So the big gap up, buying $400 million, $400 million Solana Treasury bet. One minute, thank you. Yes, 1 minute to the open, guys. So let's have a great start to this trading week. Again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Kind of let things settle down a little bit. I mean, not that everything is settled down after 15, but certainly in the first 15, there are a lot of stocks that just, jump around a lot. Try to keep an eye on this SSL. If it just takes off right from the beginning, one of these cheaper earnings plays. All right, guys, we have 5 seconds. So there's no data in this one, the large cap gainers. So that's why we're not seeing anything. I have to keep clicking on it. While we wait, I'll just bring in my momentum scan. MGID, I forgot. Yeah, MGID. Yeah, this has some room. Little, not really. Actually, it doesn't have that much room. 170 is the next high. I don't think I mentioned AEHR. AEHR on my list. I don't know why I didn't mention it. Had some news. Trading high for the company received orders for 6 package level test and burn-in systems. A lot of volume just came in also for AEHR. Next high looking left, it almost got there. Almost got there. $23. We got up to about 22.80. Okay, there's the OPAD guys. Now, OPAD, I'm not saying to take it, but I mean, there it is. Okay. It's over the 200-day moving average. It's still a little bit early there, but it briefly got above the 200-day. OSA, yeah, good for you, DAX so far. OSRH, still holding over $1 for you. Well, that's ugly. This is very ugly looking, guys. Sorry, I don't know why that's happened. Thank you. Okay, now we have some larger cap stocks to take a look at. VAR from last week, THAR from last week. Look at this one going again, guys. 610 is the next high looking left, so there is some room. And understand, when I say that, I'm not saying it's going to get to 610. I'm just looking left to see if there's any, what I would consider some near-term resistance. I'll just keep looking left. It's got halted on the way down, I guess. So got halted on the way up, and it's kind of weird because I'm getting. So first time to show this. First time to show this. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers is blue screen. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay. Okay, that's a little better because it was staying 493 potential open. So it's halted at 552. Okay. And typically, and this column is trying to give you a bit of a glimpse into the future as to where it could open. These numbers don't have to hold, but typically the first halt of the day is okay. Okay, meaning it usually can go above the halt price when it opens. It's a volatility halt, Justin. That's a question in our YouTube room. Why is it halted? As a very simple explanation, went up too fast in a short period of time. Okay, so it's called a volatility halt. It's a pause for 5 minutes, typically 5 minutes. Well, there's the OSRH. Good for you, DAX, so far. Yeah, nice one, nice one. Now there's a key level right there. 123. Now if I can take that out, let's take a look at a weekly chart. Where could this go? So we have 129. Here's all that 149. So you've got a little bit of work to get through these levels, I suppose. So these are larger cap stocks. Okay. So here's Oscar, OSCR. Ooh, interesting. Look at this one. Kind of interesting, guys. Look left on the weekly chart. $22 is the next high. You bring back my daily chart, see if there's a high that we can find closer? No. So keep an eye on Oscar, OSCR. It's early, but keep an eye on it. Big pop. STSS guys, STSS, STSS on the move here. STSS on the move. Come on. Now, there's the VWAP right there. Now this VWAP takes into account the pre-market volume, of which there was plenty of it. That's about the same. I mean, 1247. So that's about the same. Call it the area of the VWAP. Let's see if we can take out the VWAP. I'm going to put a price limit around 1255. See if we can take it out. And because remember, this got up to almost $18 in the pre-market, and that is STSS. NS guys, NSSC is really starting to give it up. A lot of shares available for me at Interactive Broker. Own about 1 million for short. Okay, so THAR resumed, THAR resumed, and let's see, it was a high price, 552. So it is, it's tempting me, guys. You know what I like to do? This pull back up quite a bit, though. $5 up all the way down to 5. Put a price in the 555 level. Yes, so here's the halt for HCWB 579. It's not really giving us a huge clue right now as to where it's going to open. 580, so not a huge clue. Yeah, and that won a race. STSS won the first race of the day in this race, but for me, it's got to get. I mean, it got stalled at the VWAP. Interesting market action. So we had a big red bar to start, and now a blue bar right now. But this pulled down just a little bit, just a little bit. This is tonnage. No venture. Got a little bit of room, guys. VG's got some room. The next high looking up, 1376. Trading higher after UBS upgraded the stock from neutral to a buy. Yeah, there's a little bit better now. If you're in this one right now, you're in this HCWB looking, we could have a 6 open. And typically they are 5-minute halts. If it's not 5 minutes, it's usually a multiple of 5. Oh, I haven't run races in a long time. Kind of, yeah. I mean, what happened? You're going to see what's going to happen here. We're going to get a top 10 list automatically built for you. So, for those of you new to trading or new to this platform, or well, new to trading and new to the platform, you're going to see there's a top 10 list that is built for you over the course of the day of the stocks that win the most races. I see the WGRX is halted on the way up. Another one halted. A few halts already this morning. Fora, you can see this one, FORA, halted on the way up. Yes, halted on the way up. Not sure I've ever seen this one, Forian. I don't recognize it at all. What did the DAR end up doing? Yeah, I mean, it's held the VWAP. Okay, held the VWAP, and well, didn't quite. That candle held the VWAP, not the previous one, of course. The VWAP is that's my purple line on the charts. That is the VWAP. Okay, guys. Now OPAD. So this is another. Well, you know where it's from if you have our premium service. So it's above that 200-day moving average. Obviously, that's at the 200-day. The VWAP is at 213, so it's above that also. I don't know if there's any. Did anybody find any news on this one? I didn't see any news today on it for OPAD, OPAD. I think there has to be news, but I didn't see any news today on it. That's a big jump. A lot of volume. So here's a negative number. That's not what you want to see, Jack. I know. OSRH. So I'm going to go over this. I'm going to go over the scans I'm sharing in about 10 o'clock Eastern time. Okay. When you see a negative number here, though, that means the stock is pulled back. So OSRH, you can see it's pulled back. The STSS is not. It's on the move here, but for me, it's still got to break above that VWAP area. But it got to $18 in the pre-market. That's what the nicest thing we can say about this right now. They're trying to buy a lot of Solana, or have bought, or their altcoin. WGRX just opened. Just opened. WGRX just opened. What did I say about the AEHR on the weekly chart? I have to look at a monthly. 2633. So this has got some room on a monthly chart, guys. AEHR has got some room on a monthly chart. Ooh, now this is a news alert. It's going to be terrible, probably. EPICS, probably going to be terrible. This is a news alert, not a volatility alert. Look at this EPICS under $1. Christian, in our YouTube room, do I ever look at MACD? The answer from Ozzy in our YouTube room, the answer is no. That doesn't mean it's a bad thing to look at. I just don't. Well, guys, I'm liking OPAD. Um, I say liking it. I mean, it's kind of holding its own here, and it's got a ton of room, of course, but it's not really ripping yet. I mean, it's low, pretty low float, 19 million. AEHR was the one. All right, let's take a price alert in this area. This 220. See if we can take it out again. There's no news that I can see in OPAD today, but I mean, there's a big jump. So there's got to be something going on. So this must have been a 10-minute halt, Monica, for the HSTWB. Boy, did not hold its gains so far. AEHR got up to 2490 and it's pulled back. One moment, please. I want to see what's going on. Okay, OPAD. That was a tough one. Well now. A little upset I didn't take it, but now I mean it's AEHR. Yeah, I'm not going to even look at this one. BGTTF halted at 25 cents. Not even going to look at it. Yeah. Wow. What a nice open for the HCWB. I don't think it gave me the opportunity. No, it did not give me the opportunity to take the trade in the way I did not get down. I don't think it did anyway. Did not get down below 579. All right. Well, Velo had a nice move up to five. It's starting to give it up now, guys. Velo starting to give it up. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Okay, interesting. Now this is the buyout. VTLE is a buyout, so that probably means the other one is going higher. Hey guys, OPAD, OPAD, OPAD. Yes, OPAD, OPAD. Yeah, I may not be able to run these races, guys. Unfortunately, the my computer just does not like it. Races take up a lot of give it a little bit longer, but I might have to get rid of one of the races. OPAD. So for those of you who follow Palantir, take a look at it now, guys. Moving down below 150. 150. The next low looking left is 142. So that's on a daily chart. I know there's a lot of Palantir followers, so I'm gonna get rid of that. Let's see. I don't want to be able to run one race. OPAD, guys. OPAD. What I might do here is turn this into a large cap. I might turn this one into a large cap gainer because this one right here is going to be it's going to show this one is going to show the crazy movers anyway. Well, VTLE is ripping here, guys. So let me take a look at the CRGY. CRGY should be moving higher. Yeah, it is moving higher because CRGY is buying them and it's an all stock transaction. So when this moves higher, so will the VTLE. Oh, pad. Oh, pad. Yes. Well, the longer it held over that 222 mark. So a little experiment now for me. What I'm going to do, I'm going to duplicate this window. I'll keep them both running. And now I'm going to turn this into a large cap. Let me go 500,000 shares. Yeah, price. Yeah, the price range won't matter too much. But what I want to do is add the market cap. Let's put 500,000,000. And we'll put a float of at least 50 million. These are not necessarily huge market caps, but certainly, make sure I've done this right. 500,000 shares minimum, 500 million market cap, 50 million minimum. Okay, let's run this and see what happens. You know what? I don't think I saved my work. Or did I? Yeah, I didn't save it. All right, do it again. So market cap, float. Volume up. Okay, there we go. Get rid of this again. So all I did, guys, was take this list of stocks here, and I turned, and I'm going to see the large cap stocks that are moving. Okay, larger cap stocks that are moving. Wow, the HCWB, that was the one this morning, guys. Obviously. So whatever this, I mean, it's a low float. Running Develop 3 in our YouTube room. Let me do a quick check to see what that other website has for a float. $1.6 million. Okay, so we're in the ballpark. I know we have 731,000, but so it's certainly a very low float. Okay, guys, OPAT over 250 now. I was thinking the 50-cent mark or level. Stocks under $5 can act as a bit of a resistance area. As a bit of a resistance area. So I'll have a price alert for STSS up in this area, guys. I mean, this it has a shot, I suppose. It's up 55%. Solana play, altcoin. Maybe later on in the day, getting through that 1260 mark. Pre-market high was up at around 18. Why Velo is just getting pummeled now, guys. Velo, VELO, getting pummeled. Great pop early. Had some news, but it is now basically flat for the day. It's a penny below Friday's close. Well, here's the ETHZ, guys. I mean, it's at the high today. Okay. The next high looking left is way up here at 545. So obviously an Ethereum play. Yeah, you're right. Big bounce for Eric. You're right. Big bounce in our main room. Palantir, excuse me, down below 150, down to here, 149.27. But yeah, $3 bounce now. All right, guys. Fora. Again, this is the one I don't think I've ever seen before. Big callback. Look at that. Not oh, there were shorts available. 169,000 at Interactive Brokers. Son of a gun. I didn't see that. Rocky trading for AEHR, pulling back into. There was a high on the daily chart somewhere. Maybe it's today. No. Why HCWB? That was the one, guys. Obviously, after unveiling next generation cancer immunotherapy platform. Oh, I still know. Let's take a look at OPAD now. Excuse me, in a TradeWave. Okay, now the only issue, the problem I got with it is that it's gone almost parabolic. Like to see, like to see at least the bottom of the candles touching the top of the wave. It's gone a little bit too parabolic. It can mean that people like me will maybe start to take some profit. That's the only issue I've got with it. That was a nice one from our AI. The AEHR was nice from the AI for a while. We had a 24 price alert, and it got up to 25. So I mean that was nice, but then so I mean this is still probably in play. I mean it had news, so it's probably going to be in play all day long. Give me a moment. Yeah, I saw William. I saw DFDV early this morning. It was just getting hammered down. All right, guys. So this is a gap up and reversal play ASST. Now, obviously, it's got a ton of room down here. Actually, not a yeah, about $1 to the next low. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but and that is the ASST, the gap up and reverse. All right, guys. What time is it now? 10:04. So I'm going to go over my homepage, okay, including the scans that I'm currently sharing. And if you wanted something like this, I can easily show you how to do it. Okay, this is not one of the ones I'm sharing on my homepage, but I can show if you want it how you can do something like this. Just looking at larger cap stocks. All right, here's my homepage. I'm going to put it in YouTube, of course, a YouTube room, and a couple of tabs in our main room. I will, Liedrich. Just give me a moment. I just want to go through my homepage at the beginning, and then I'll show you how you can do it. It's very simple, really simple. So, first of all, if you do want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use. Barry 15, you'll get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. All I ask, whatever my code is, first of all, save my homepage. Then because if you want to come into the main room, you've got to get to this trading room link anyway. So you may as well save my homepage. This promo code will change from time to time. I'm pretty sure we're going to have a Labor Day, close to Labor Day promo. But using my code really helps to keep the room free because the company tracks the promo codes. They see enough people using mine, so they don't mind keeping the room free. Trade of the week. Now, scrolling down, you can also sign up right here for the trade of the week. The trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And this week's trade of the week is SOUN. Let's see if it triggered. The answer is no. No. So the trigger is 1275. Okay. So it doesn't mean this is bad. You're saying, well, wait a minute, it's below. Well, it didn't trigger. It's got to take out Friday's high or get up to Friday's high. So it did not trigger. So it's not a bad trade of the week. So far, it has not triggered. Now, how you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is completely up to you. So if you click on my homepage link, scroll down a bit, get to that education section. Education section. First thing to do, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, okay? First thing to do is the Getting Started with Trade Ideas. They're short videos, and that'll get you started. If you do not have Trade Ideas, I think this is a great series of videos that you should watch. Don't look at the first one, but that'll give you an idea about whether or not this is a good program that you might want to have. So before I would take out a subscription, I would take a look at these videos. They're very short. You don't have to do the first one, but I think they're about 7 or 8 after. Okay, they're very short videos because that'll give you an idea about what Trade Ideas is all about. Okay, back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos if you are new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans, you scroll and you're at the top here, scroll down, middle section, and here they are. So this is it's the change in 5 minutes. Okay, the biggest changes in 5 minutes. So you can see OPAD here. You see a negative number, that means it's pulled back. And what I did here, all I did here, and I'll just give me a moment, okay, Edric and anybody else, I just duplicated this scan and added a couple of filters. And this is going to give me larger cap stocks. These stocks, it's not that they're not larger cap, it's just that I don't have a large cap minimum or a float minimum in here. So typically you're going to see stocks that are a little more active. But if you're looking more for, and sometimes you'll see the same stocks, but if you're looking for stocks that little larger cap stocks that aren't quite as volatile, then you might want this. Again, just give me a moment and I'll show you how. Now, the biggest gainers from the start of the race, I haven't had this one displayed for quite a while. Decided to display this one. The momentum scan, if you want it, I don't have it displayed right now. It's on my other monitor. You can have that one. The combo scan is OPAD. So a little bit late. Okay, this is the combo scan right here. That is combo scan. And this is the gap continuation or reversal scan is right here. So if you want to turn this one into a large cap, change in 5 minutes. This is what I use in the pre-market, okay? Pre-market actives up and down, okay? All you do is just duplicate the window, assuming if you still want this. So you just duplicate the window, right click, duplicate, and then you just add a couple of filters. These are the filters right now. I also up the minimum volume, okay? But all you do is you just add a couple of filters. You do a search and add in market cap. Okay, here's the market cap. And then add the filter. And I put 500 million in here. I also float. If you don't see float somewhere in your list, then just type in search on the float. I put it 50 million in the float. and I up the minimum volume to 500,000 shares. Okay, so that's how you can use this as your basis, and then turn in and then also side by side. So these are larger cap stocks, and this is the what one I've got. This is the one that I have on my homepage. Okay, trigger is just a so to demonstrate the power of trade ideas, I'll use this momentum scan. Okay, Yale. There, I won't say it, but there it is. So if I right click on this momentum scan and configure, I want to show you this is what it's looking for. This is what the scan is looking for. These are technically not scans. You know, they're built off top list windows. This is a scan. This momentum is a scan. So if the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 20, meaning it's trading at least 20 times normal up to this time of day, the volume has to be at least 500,000 shares. This is why I call it a momentum scan. The volume on the last minute is at least 1,000% or normal, 5 minutes, 400% or normal, and it has to be up 2% at least from the previous day's close. That'll be Friday. This is what I mean by a trigger. If all of these values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert because I'm using the new high of the day as a trigger. And so it's triggering. So if all these values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's what happened with OPAD at 1010, hit 280, met all these filter requirements, I made a new high for the day. That's the trigger. So if you like the scan the way it is, you can have it. You want to make some changes to it, of course you can. Maybe you want a different price range, or if you have a filter that you like, you can always add it. And just to show you what I mean by a trigger, these are all the triggers. These are all real-time alerts. Okay, the new high, new low of the day, the two most popular ones. But all these other ones are real-time alerts also. And that's what we mean by a trigger. This is it. It's an event. We create the event, and then there's a trigger for the event, and you pick one of them, and these are all real-time alerts. And we have a lot of different filters. So if you have any trading experience at all, this is all I would do. I would just kind of scan down through all these real-time alerts that we've got on all those different filters. And so, if you see something you recognize, you might want to create your own scan by combining the filters and picking a trigger. Okay. Okay, I will. It's a good idea to learn how to do these things also on your own, because, down the road, give me a moment. You know what? I better change the name though. Name this. The large cap percentage changes in 5 minutes. That could be up or down. Okay, it could be up or down. In other words, the percentage move could be up or it could be down. It's going to show you the largest changes, either up or down. So here's the link for it, okay? Here's the link for it. Well, looks like Czar. Wow, my man, too bad. My trigger was 5 4. Well, my alert was at 5:54. I got sidetracked talking, and so I missed potentially getting into this one. Well, there's the link right here. I just put it in. Okay, there it is, right above, right there, right there. Not on my home page. I don't have it on my home page. But that is the link, Dale. Okay. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, but Yael. See, there's the link right there. No QR codes. Now, do you know how to load something? When you click on a link, you understand how to get it onto your screen. If you don't, I'll show you how. And there could be others who are wanting to know that also. I can show you how, and it's the same for any link. Okay. Yael, Yael. Okay. So the links you see on my homepage, they're the same. Okay. It just says open scanner, but it's just a link. So if you click on the link, and it's probably going to open. There you are. So it's going to open. It depends on your browser settings. It could have opened in a new tab or overwritten. So here is the link right there. Okay. You just highlight it. I'm copying it. I'm copying it. Okay. I'm highlighting it. And now I copy it. Control C. So I'm going to copy it. Control C. So now that link is copied. Next step, go to your toolbar, File, Load from Cloud. Because now it's in the cloud. Now you got to copy it out of the cloud to get it onto your screen. So load from cloud. Notice if you've done it correctly, notice that this box will already be filled with that link. It ends in A5E. That ends in A5E. So if you've done it correctly, if really correctly just means highlighting it and then copying it, Control C. So now it should be there, and then you just load it. Okay, now it'll be on your screen. If I load it on my screen, I'm not going to see it again, but there it is. Okay, if I did it too quickly or don't understand, just let me know. I can do it again. And that's the same for any link. So the links on my home page, go to my home page, open a scan. It just says open scan, and that you do that, and you'll see the link. Control, highlight it, and then copy it, and then file load from cloud. No, it can't be Gaelic. There are vowels. Too many vowels for it to be Gaelic. All right, guys. So let's see now. So, guys, obviously, when you start to see something like this, if you were in the OPAD earlier and you start to see this, yes, the cloud is still blue, but it is getting pretty dicey right now, in my opinion. Okay, so in my opinion, you should be taking some profit, in this area. If I mean, and maybe you don't have to get out of the whole trade necessarily because it could turn around. Whoa, guys! Okay, there's your alt. There's your Solana play went too quickly for me. Yeah, it went too quickly for me. Just went way too quickly for me. I could not, even if I hadn't been, even I had, if I had not been talking, it just went way too quickly for me. So you can see it here. You can see it here. You can see it here, and you can see it here. So many people ask, well, how would I have seen this one? Well, you take your pick. All sorts of different scans would have caught the SDSS. The challenge would have been getting it before, you don't want to chase it now. Now, big pullback now, HCWB. So if you missed it, like me, maybe it's going to pull back into the VWAP. Okay, that's how so you see a negative number here. That means the stock is pulling back. And maybe again, it holds the VWAP. I mean, the VWAP is down here around $6. So I mean, it still hasn't come into it yet. But maybe you have a moving average on your chart, depending on the time frame you're using, that you like to see a stock and move into, and see if that holds for support. Wow. Sorry, guys. Give me a moment, guys. Okay. So yeah, no, I don't use anything less than well, I don't use 1 minute at all. Yael, I don't use 1 minute at all. In fact, I don't even really use 2 minutes. My lowest is five. I only check the two to see if the wave has changed from blue to orange on the 2 minute. So that's real. This is really the lowest I use, 5 and 15. But of course, I'm always looking left on a daily, weekly, monthly, just to check to see where the next high is. Trade ideas charts only go down to a minute anyway. We don't have anything less than a minute. Now, I mean, that doesn't. When I say what I do, doesn't mean that's what other people have to do. Of course. All right, caps. So again, just an explanation about the races and all, which I haven't used in months and months and months. I decided to bring this one back anyway on Friday afternoon just to check it out. So what happens is you get a top 10 list automatically developed for you over the course of the day. These are the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. Eventually there will be 10. That percentage right there, that 3.07%, that means since the race started, and I'm running 4-minute races. You can, completely customize all this. I'm running 4-minute races. So since the race started, here's the old pad. Since the race started, has moved 3.9%. Sometimes you'll see some big percentage moves. And the reason I had to sort of dump the other races, one of the reasons why I got rid of races is that they really can tax. Well, I do so many other things with my system, and it really taxed my system, my computer. When I say my system, but this is like a large cap. You want to see the ones that are up or down the most within a 5-minute period in larger cap stocks. This is what this one does. Oh man, missing out on a couple of these from the my continuation reversal scan. This was a gap down and reversal, and it's coming right into the 200-day moving average. The alert was here, 1438, 1481 now. The gap down and reversal play. Oh, there's really nothing much to it. I mean, green just means it's up. Okay, that's it. There's not much. Really that's the only color you're going to see. I mean, I could have picked any color. Okay, so it really doesn't mean that much. I just didn't want it to be white. Okay, so harder. So I just picked a color. Green, green, green is good. And it's just just from the where is color? Yeah. So here's the color. Here are the colors. Okay. So you have a background and you have a foreground. So my background is obviously the green, and the foreground is black, so it stands out. But you have you can do whatever you want. So it means nothing other than I mean, like there's no special reason why I picked green. I could have picked any color. Okay. Okay, guys, I'm going to start try to pay a little more attention to these ones down here. And well, how about a large capper? Okay, ATAI. And again, these are not like monster large caps. We're not talking about multi-billion. You can always change that. You take it and you want something like you want really large cap stocks. You can always change that market cap to like whatever you want, a billion, 2 billion, 10 billion, whatever you want. I'm just using 500 million. So everything on like any scan or something you take from my home page, you can always adjust it to a different price range. It just happens to be what I want to see. Doesn't necessarily mean that's what you want to see. So alts is an earnings play, guys, and it actually was negative in the pre-market, but it is now positive. And the next high looking left is boy, it's got some room. 732. It's got some room. 732. You guys were talking about Rocket Lab earlier. No, you weren't. It was you were talking about Roblox, RBLX, right? But here's a large capper, and it's got room. I mean, $50 is the next high. It's got some room. Been a nice move up so far. So again, if you're into stocks that are a little less volatile than the VARs out there, okay, guys, AEHR is sort of basing nicely now, still hanging in the cloud. Okay. I am going to put a price alert around 24, see if it takes it out later on. Now, I forgot to first of all welcome anybody who's new into the room today. I have a YouTube room going and the main room. They're both the same in terms of seeing my screen and hearing me. The big difference is in YouTube, easy to get into, not as much action though amongst traders. Okay. So if you're looking for a little more action amongst traders, posting ideas, then the main room is where you want to be. Otherwise, you can just stay in YouTube. You know what? I almost took this one, but then the spread. Look at the spread. I mean, it actually was worse than that. 23. It was actually like 23.97, 24.20. So got a bit of a spread issue with AEHR. I mean, it's a pretty low float, 23 million, which is can be a problem with a stock this price with that sort of a float. Can be. Okay, so how to get in to they're both free. Question in our YouTube room: how to get into what I call the main room. So if you click on my homepage link, and you should save my homepage link because this is how you do it every day. Okay, so if you save my homepage link, and so click on my homepage. I just put it in there for you. And right here, trading room. Okay, trading room. So might as well save my homepage link because this is how you have to get in every day anyway if you want to come into the main room. And there it is, trading room. Okay. The spread window is not trade ideas. Okay, it's this blue screen that I demonstrate or show you every now and then. This is from Interactive Brokers. I usually show it when there's a halt. For instance, here's OCG. Oops. So OCG, you can see it's halted. Okay, 284 potential open. Wow, that's but OCG. So I usually show it because then people like to see, well, where could it open? Okay. So this blue screen is not. This is Interactive Brokers. Okay, every broker will have something like this. And that, of course, is the spread, is this column here. But if I'm looking at a stock that's not halted, so I look at THAR, THAR. So here's, 820, 823, pretty decent for a stock that is moving so quickly and a low float. Very decent. And this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. So this really tells me how fast is a stock trading, which you can see. Yeah, you can connect. So if you have Interactive Brokers, yeah, you can we've got a great little tool. So if you can follow what I'm going to do, we connect with many connecting. I'm going to click on tools, external linking. I should call it external linking. So we link with many brokers. Linking is this. When I click on a symbol, it loads automatically into my order entry. And from there, I trade it. Okay. So for me, somebody who clicks on a lot of different symbols all day long, it'd be a real pain if I had to type the symbols in all day long. So we can establish that link with Interactive Brokers. All you have to do is follow the directions. So again, from our toolbar, click on Tools and then External Linking. And you can see I'm already linked. You just click on Add Link, and then you see where it says, while keeping this window active, mouse over the target window. So what I do is I take my pointer and I put it in the order entry in Interactive Brokers, and then I hold down the Shift key. When I do that, the link is established. There's only one other thing you have to do. This will not be grayed out for you when you do it. You just go to the rules, and it's the little drop down, and you pick Interactive Brokers Live. Then that's it. Say okay, and now you are connected. Okay. If I did it too quickly, just let me know. What do we have? We have we have 3.5 million, Andy, for the float in THAR. What a monster move. It didn't look that good. I mean, guys, it got halted and then it came way down below the halt price. And then it just exploded through that halt price again. It went down too far for me. A lot of times what I'll do, a stock gets halted, I'll watch to see where it opens. If it opens a little bit above the halt price and then comes down a little bit below and then takes out that halt price again, I take the trade. For me, this got halted at what, 550 or so? Came all the way back down to 430. Way too much. But in this case, it didn't matter. It just exploded through that initial halt and just ran. Okay, so in the other website, it says 2.3 million. So we're in the ballpark. I don't get too upset if we're very difficult sometimes to determine the float of these ones that are low floats. So 3.5 million to 2.3 million. It's not, if it were, we had like, 50 million in the float and it was only 2.2 million, and that would be an issue. No, no, no. I'm using the downloadable application for Interactive Brokers. Okay. Okay. The web-based version of Interactive Brokers, you cannot link to it. Okay. Not the way. You have to be using the downloadable application of Interactive Brokers. I'm good. I'm Burokini. How are you? I'm talking to Burokini in our YouTube room. Give me a moment, guys. I will be right back. Okay, guys. Sorry about that. I'm back. Hey, guys. Now, I hope you were listening to me when I was talking about the OPAD, and how it was hard. Now it's still, see, on a 5 minute, it's still blue. But look at a 2 minute. It's got to be orange now. It's got to be. Yeah. See how that it's orange now? When this started happening, if you hadn't taken anything off, I would have been taking some off right here, right around that 260 mark, and holding on just to see because it could have turned right around. But, here's what happened. So, again, if you don't have this cloud wave, trade wave on your chart, I'll show you how you guys can have it. I think it's very, you know, it has been sort of billed by Trade Ideas as something for new traders. But I'm not a new trader. I like the visual aspect of it. I don't care that I don't care if I miss a buy flag or a sell flag. I just like the visual aspect of it, keeping me in a trade, and then maybe telling me, okay, remember, blue means the trend is still strong, orange means the trend is weakened. And remember, it's just a guide, okay? Well, guys, I mean, KDP certainly had a nice little, pretty decent bounce. $32, actually not as big a bounce as I thought, from 32.19 to 32.61. Not as big a bounce as I thought. Again, if you don't know what happened, KDP is buying this Pete's Coffee. They're out of, I want to say Netherlands. Yeah, Amsterdam. So, and ultimately what they're going to do, I mean, they bought Dr. Pepper, I don't know when. They bought Dr. Pepper. This is, of course, Keurigs, as you probably know what Keurigs is all about. But they bought Dr. Pepper. Minute, please. So they bought Dr. Pepper. I can't remember exactly when, but they bought Dr. Pepper. But what they're planning to do after this Pete's acquisition is to spin off, just have a solely a coffee company and spinning this off somehow. So this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. Okay, both of them. So if you have questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. I'll do my best to answer them. If it's an accounting type question, I cannot answer that, but I can direct you to people who can. It won't be in this room, but I'll give you an email address. Takes you to our the company website, and there are people there waiting in case you do have an accounting type question. Wow, didn't see this one in the pre-market at all. It really didn't do much in the pre-market, I don't think. INHB, a China stock, 2.5 million shares have traded. It's a pretty big float. big move. Up 59%. Let's see if there's any news on it. Probably not. Operators are standing by, William. So when you say a chart, Yael, I'm answering Yael in our support question. So when you say chart, it might be just semantics. This is a chart, okay? Obviously, these are not charts. So are you saying when you click on a symbol, I'm not talking about in the chart. It's not going to happen in the chart. But if you click on a symbol outside the chart, it should load into your IB. So, but it might be semantics. Are you talking about when you click on a symbol, not in the chart itself? Because when you click on a symbol, I'm, I'm clicking on Tilray right now. It has gone into my order entry. So you're saying when you click on this symbol here, like a symbol, like it, I think you probably have the momentum scan, don't you? Because you were wondering what the color. So you're saying when you click on a symbol, it's not loading in, it's not going into your order entry. Okay. Well, let's make sure you did it correctly because now remember, you asked about the web-based version. It's not going to work in the web-based version of Interactive Broker. So you have to be using the downloadable application. I think it's way better anyway. Okay, the desktop. Okay. Now, is it the new desktop? Is it the new desktop that they always yeah, unfortunately it doesn't work. Sorry. Unfortunately, I've tried it. I know it now I understand. It, the new desktop does not we cannot link to the new desktop. So I'm using their well, call it the old desktop that I've been using since 2016. So you cannot use that new desktop, unfortunately. I mean, I looked at the new desktop, when it came out, and yeah, it's a little prettier, I suppose. But yeah, look for the old desktop. Okay, see, here's our. So now you can see that VAR has won 7 races. HCWB has won 3 races. This is what those numbers beside, and eventually there will be. See, so you see, INHD just won a race, so it's now the ninth in the ninth position, tied with other ones that have won one race. Here's the THAR pulling back. THAR, see, pulling back. That's that big negative number means it is pulling back. See, it's pulling back. Now, again, remember the last time it held the VWAP. Will it hold the VWAP again? There's that purple line on my chart. That is the VWAP. Let's see if that hold, like, see if it holds it again. Lay's, okay. I mean, our YouTube room asking about Lay's. I see it's, I may have, you know what, guys, the race may be over because it just does, the system doesn't like having a race. Yeah, all you have to do is, well, if you took mine, Edric, if you took my race, it should because, that's what I'm running, a 4-minute race. So if you took my race from my home page, it should be a 4-minute race, but it is customizable. Here's how you, I'll duplicate this race, okay? I just want to show you. It's in the guide also, okay? But I'll duplicate the race. So if you click the square, you see what I'm pointing at in the bottom left-hand corner. Just give me one moment, please. Give me a moment, guys. So here's how you, you click on that square, bottom left-hand corner, and then you right-click once it's all red, okay? Then you click on Show Race Setup, and here's how you can adjust. I don't know why yours would be 10. I'll check my race that I've got on my home page. I mean, but that's how you change it. Okay. Now you can leave it at 10, or you put whatever you want. Why I put 4? When the races were started, the concept, I don't know how many, a couple of years ago. For whatever reason, I decided to run 4-minute races, but you can adjust it. But let me just load mine from my home page to make sure. No, if you loaded it from my home page, it will be a 4-minute race. If you try to do your own race, I think the default is 10, but, I'm just loaded it from my home page and it says 4 minutes, okay? Well, okay, if you want, well, but do you want my race? You want this race? Because I just went to my home page and I just loaded this race, and it is definitely a 4-minute race. Oh, I see, okay. You just click the window, you click on it stops the race, turns red, and then you right click and it's not clickable from here. There are certain things you can do in if well, I don't wanna do it. Let me duplicate the race. So there are certain things, if you click on the gear, you do have some control right here, or click on the advanced. So if you wanna change the price range or the minimum volume, Here is the advanced. You can click on, then you see exactly the filters that are being used. Okay. So you can make some changes from within the race, and then you want to add a filter in, change some of these values if you want, and that's just by clicking on the gear. But you cannot change the time there. Okay, so RT in our YouTube room is asking me. It's a great question. You know what? I hate that because that's how ChatGPT. It's a great question you've asked, and here's the answer. So it's a very good question, RT. So the question was, do you folks just choose the top races for the stocks you buy for the day? No, I mean it. Just because a stock shows up here doesn't mean you're going to take. This is just telling you, giving you some information about what the stock is doing based on your top list window. So let me explain that. I'm going to duplicate the race again. I'm duplicating it because I don't want to stop this race. Okay, that's the reason I'm doing it. So all races. Well, this brings me back because I used to do this when I was running races before. I have to always explain this, but first of all, the other thing I want to do is I'm going to put my homepage link in because everything I'm saying is in our guide. Okay, so a lot of times, I don't expect people. They're going to listen to me. They're going to see what I'm going to do, but tomorrow you may forget. I know I would. I mean, there's lots of information. So if you click on my homepage link, this is just for your reference. Okay, anybody who's interested in running races. So if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down till you see the education section right here, and at the top now you'll see the user guide. So you click on the user guide, expand it a little bit. You click on the user guide, and you see TI stock race. This tells you how you start a stock race, how you can customize it, and all that. Okay, so there's your guide. Okay, your reference to the things that I'm going to be talking about. Okay, TI stock racing. That's in the guide. So all races start from a top list window. If I right click and I open the top list window, this is the top list window that the race is based on. Now these are my filters, of course. You can create your own, but this is what I want to see. As long as the stock is between $1 and $50, current volume is at least 2, meaning it's trading at least double what is normal up to this time of day. I had 500, maybe in the larger cap one, it's 500,000. But I have 200,000 shares, and it's got to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. And I'm sorting by the change from the open. So, and that's the open of the race. Okay, so what does that all mean? Let me. Okay, so you see that INHD is up 113% from the opening trade of the day. WGRX 56%, etc. But what would happen if something down here like RR, which is at 5.3%, what if it all of a sudden started moving higher? It was up 6%, 7%, 8, 10, 12. You'd never see it if you're just sort of staring at the top ones right now. Well, that's what the race does. The race doesn't really care how much it's up. If it's the top one up right now for the entire day, all it cares about is what stock is moving since the beginning of your race. And again, I'm running 4-minute races. You can pick your time frame. I'm running 4-minute races. So since this race started, WGRX has moved 7%. Now, it just so happens that it does happen to be at the top here, one of the ones at the top. But nothing saying it could have been UP down here. It could have been the one that was moving the most since the race started. It could have been up 5, 10, 15%. If you're just concentrating on these ones at the top, you'd never see that. Or you'd never see a stock that is moving up this list. That's what the race does for you. You just it tells you the stock in this giant list of stocks, what is the one that is moving the most since the start of the race, and that's how the race works. Notice all these stocks have to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close to make it into this list. But so hopefully that makes sense. So look at this one. I mean, this is of course it's here. It's going to be here, and if you load my race, this race from my home page, okay, you're not going to see all these. Your race starts the minute you load it. So if you load it right now at 11:04 Eastern time, that's when you'll start filling up. I start my race, of course, at 9:30. You can run the race in the free market if you want, but I start running this race at 9:30 when the market 9:30 opening bell. Okay. So if you load mine right now, you're not going to see all these from before. You'll see from when you loaded your race, which again is 11:04 Eastern time. Okay, does that make sense, RT? So it doesn't mean that these are the ones you're absolutely going to take the trade necessarily, but obviously INHD, BAR, these are very interesting. These have won the most races over the course of the day. Eventually, there will be a top 10 list. So why it's kind of good for people who are new to trading, even new to trade ideas, it gives you a list to focus on all day long. They could be setting up different ways all day long. Look at OPAD as an example. So OPAD, it's pulling back, but does the VWAP hold it? It pulled all the way back, but then it's turned blue a little bit. It's on a 2 minute. Let me go to my 5 minute chart. So you can kind of see there's a sliver of blue now, which is saying perhaps the trend is maybe changing again, positive. VWAP kind of held it. The VWAP area has sort of held it. Now, VWAP, a lot of people look at the VWAP as a potential area of support. Stock comes into the VWAP, watch how it trades around it. Maybe that acts as a support area, and it pops off it. I don't have my chart layout. No, you mean my overall layout, or just the charts? I don't have them. No, it's easy enough to create your own charts, though. You should know how to do that because you might not like the time frames I've got. Okay, you just have to go and click on New, and then Chart Window. You can do it yourself. You should learn how to do it yourself because there'll be times in which you might want to add an indicator that you like to your charts. But listen, I'll give you one because they're all. I'll give you my intraday one. So there's the 5 minute, and all you have to do is duplicate it. So you duplicate it, right click, and then duplicate it. And then when you duplicate it, then you just change the time frame. So there's that little clock up here that just allows you to change the time frame. Okay, so if you've duplicated it, so I've given you my 5 minute, so then you can duplicate it, and then you don't want two 5 minute charts, so you'll pick whatever time frame you want. Whether if you want a 1 minute or like I've got a 15, then you can duplicate it again if you want the daily chart. Yes, exactly, RT. It's showing, and that's why. So RT, basically asking. So it's showing visually how fast it's moving up versus the others. Yes. So THAR is moving forward for 4.4%, right? Well, 5% right now. In second place is STSS, moving up 2.5%. In third place, etc. That's what those that's what those percentages refer to. Now, there's 14 seconds left. At the start of the race, it's just like any other race. It'll be jockeying for position. More than likely, with only 3, 2, 1 second less, it's probably going to win the race. And there it is. So it's won now 8 races today. Now, new race is starting. Now, it takes 30 seconds for the race to actually start, okay, if you will. And then you'll start to see, a little move. Okay, so now the race has kind of started. And so now you can see the WGRX has moved 3%. But doesn't mean that it's going to win the race. There's still 3.5 minutes left, right? So I mean, a lot of a lot of things can happen within a 3.5 minute period. Yeah, I mean, see, for me, these charts are fine. A lot of people like, if they want a full blowing charting program, there's going to be a lot more bells and whistles on a full blowing charting program. But for me, the way I trade, these charts are absolutely fine. I mean, we do have indicators you can add. Here they all are. All you do is right click on the chart and bring up the indicators. Here are all the indicators that you can add. The colors you want to add them on. Notice that I hardly have any. I have the VWAP. I have the 200-day on my daily chart. I'm not a big indicator guy, but there are a lot of indicators you can add. And remember, if you're taking anything from me from my homepage or building your own charts, don't forget to save your work at the end of the day. We had a question last week. Do I have to do that every day? Do I have to load your every day? No, no. I mean, that's the whole idea is to save your layout. Different ways to do it. You can right click file. If you right click file and then say save layout, that'll save it to your computer. So if you've loaded a layout, that'll overwrite the layout name that you have. I always recommend you save things to the cloud. So you file, save or share to cloud. If you're going to save your layout, you click on entire layout, give it a name. Give it a name, whatever name makes sense to you, and then save it. Now it's in your cloud. I think you should also save individual windows that you've loaded. Right click, save or share to cloud. Save it to the cloud. So saving to the cloud, I mean, I think most people understand how the cloud works in general. If you went out and bought a new laptop, all you have to do is download our program, and then instead of having to recreate everything from scratch, you just load from the cloud. Okay, load whatever layout you want, maybe individual scans. Also, if you save something to the cloud, if I accidentally clicked X here and got rid of this and I hadn't saved it before, like if I just saved it to my computer, if I accidentally exit out, well, no, it's not a big deal. I just file load from cloud because I've saved every individual, all the information you see, I've saved to the cloud. So the question from Edric in our main room, well, these are the numbers here, and the 1 through 10. This refers to the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So THAR has won 8 races in this scenario. It has won 8 races today. INHD has won 4, and it's got another. Well, it's just won this last race. So now that 4 will change to 5. Okay, that's how they were ranked. The stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So these are obviously super active stocks, that you probably want to follow all day long. follow, meaning, okay, is you have to have some trading idea, an idea about what is the chart trying to tell you. But at least it's drawing your attention to these stocks that are very active, as opposed to, well, how do I determine what stocks to look at all day? Well, you can use the race as a guide, and this is also, good. It's not a race. It's a little bit different. It's the tree map. So all tree maps, all races start from a top list window, based on what you want to see in your top list. So if I uncheck this, I only have six. You can see I only have six in this top list window. That's it. But they can change. It's not necessarily the same six all day long. And if you want, the reason I only have six, I just want to see six stocks here. I don't want to see 50 stocks in this. Some of the symbols will be so small. When will the next new version be released, Arthur? So I'm assuming you're talking about the version that will allow anybody with our premium service have access to the money machine. Is that what you mean? Hopefully sometime this week. I know Dan was hopefully it's going to be this week. I know he said last week in his YouTube stint on Wednesday. He said 100%, but I mean, let's hope it is. So there should be a version released. Okay, so that is an option. So you're not using mine then, are you, yeah, Edric? You're not using mine because again, that's an option. I think so long since I've used this. If I say show all winners, no, but I don't have that. Show top 10 winners. Okay. So I think what's happened is you're showing all, but if you just want to, I think if I click on show top 10 winners, but you don't have that, so you see where it says show all winners. I think that's what you've got. If you right click on it, show all winners. If you click on that and then right click again, show top 10 winners. It's sort of a toggle on and off. So I'm pretty sure what's happening with you is that when you do this, it you see show all winners. And if you click on that, then you want to check show top 10 winners. Okay. So now you don't have to. I mean, some people don't care. Well, we give you the option. So now you should start to see the top 10 winners over the course of the day. So it's not available yet. The money machine is not available yet. Okay. It'll only be available in simulation mode for those of you with our premium service. So you can practice using it, see how you like it, see if you can develop, because all the money machine is derived from tree maps, which is of course derived from a top list window that has your specifications, your price range, minimum volume, and all that. So you just have to wait. If you have our premium service, you'll have access to it in simulation mode. If you don't have our premium service, you will not have access to it. And basically, in a kind of in a nutshell, what it does. This is not a great example because you're seeing some negative numbers here, but imagine all these numbers were positive all the time. Okay. So what it does is, yeah, see, there's a way in which I can change it to just show positive numbers, but I don't want to because I want to see the stocks pulling back. That's You can see the INHD now has pulled back 9%. But imagine if all these were positive numbers. So it would take the top 3, and this is in auto trading mode. The only way this is gonna work effectively is in auto trading mode, that you take and you have to have either an Interactive Brokers well, IB is not gonna be great because they charge us commissions. So the best 2 to use it on probably are Alpaca and E-Trade, because what it wants to do now in the simulation mode, it won't matter, but what it wants to do, it wants to take the top 3 and take them automatically, and then some sort of logic it'll be in place to get out of a trade, either on a stop or on profit taking, and then that trade gets dropped out and another one comes in, and all day long that's going to happen. That's the theory behind it. Yeah, that is the money machine. Exactly. It's been in the works for almost, well, over a year now. It was very tricky to it was all to getting out of a trade, because a lot of times what was happening is that at the very, very, very beginning, it would take the top 3 and would not get out of them unless, excuse me, unless, another one came in. But the problem is you could have the top 3. So you could, and it was looking at the stocks that were, say, up the most for the day. Well, you could have a stock that is up 200%, 100%, 150%, and 100%. Those would be the top 3, right? Very difficult maybe to supplant one of those. The problem is that then that one that was up 200%, it could be dropping. Now it's only up 175%, 160%. So it's still in the top 3, but it's dropping, and it could almost go negative for you. Well, that was dumb, right? Well, dumb. I mean, that was the first iteration of it. So they had to figure out a way. Well, how do we get out of a stock if it's starting to drop and take some profit, or hit some kind of a stop to get you out, not just allow it to keep going down, because it was difficult maybe to get rid of, say, a top stock that was up a huge percent all day long. So that's what it's taken a long time. And so it'll be released in simulation mode next week to those of you who have the premium service. How do you add increasing volume to a scan? Well, if you're talking about like the momentum scan, that you're only going to see it if the volume I didn't have to do that. I mean, we have a volume filter. That means the volume in the last minute has to be at least oh, I see. So not, well, okay, the top list unfortunately does not do 1 minute. Now, are you talking about the relative volume increasing? Okay, I think we have 5 minutes. Yeah, so we do have a 5 minute. So if you wanted to use 5 minutes, okay, add the filter to your, if it's a tree map or something like that, and put whatever minimum you want that to be. So it is a moment. So it will be increasing on volume also within a 5 minute period. Doesn't the 5 minutes doesn't have to be over. It doesn't have to go 5 minutes. It's just within a 5 minute period. I think. Okay, so yeah, so you can try that. Yeah, so the percentage on a race just means when the race started. So this race started 4 minutes ago, and this particular race, biggest gainers from the start of the race, started 2.5 minutes ago. So since the race started, this stock has moved the most, 2.77% since the race started, not quite 3 minutes ago. And that's why, it doesn't, the fact that open is leading right now at 2.77% doesn't mean when the race finishes, it's going to be the winner, because some other stock could come out of well, not necessarily out of nowhere, or this one lays, it's right behind it. But that's what these percentages mean. So you can see what happened. Thar just took over since the race started, almost a little over 3 minutes ago. This one has moved the most. So there, Thar has moved the most, 4.7%. Now it doesn't mean that it's at the high of the day or anything. Well, okay. This is how much it's actually moved. $3. Okay, that tells you how much it's moved. I'm sorry, that's for the day. Okay, that's how much it's moved for the day, and that's the change from the close. These numbers here, if you're talking about these numbers, also, yeah, that all that. So that's just telling you how much it's moved for the day, not in the 4 minute period. Not at all related to that percentage move here. That's why, though, you can see a stock doesn't have to be at the high of the day. Look at Thar. Not certainly not the high of the day, but it was moving the most in a 4 minute period. It was what another race. It's won 9 races today. And when the race starts, so again, there's Duo. Yeah, so it's up 54 cents from Friday's close. That's what that means, which is 36%. So that's what these numbers refer to. This percent is just what has it done since the beginning of the race. So you can see that if you could run a 10-minute race, you could run a 5-minute race, you want a lower time frame, you can run lower time frames if you want. No, but tomorrow, Yael, is, if you take this race as an example, just make sure you open trade ideas, by 9:30 Eastern time, and then the race will start. Now, if somehow it doesn't start, just you'll see more than likely it will start, because there should be enough stocks in here. But if somehow it doesn't start, there'll be a little right arrow. Just click on it, and that should start the race. But you cannot know. I mean, you cannot back. But tomorrow, I mean, I don't know how long you've been with Trade Ideas, if this is the first day, but this, tomorrow you'll get a top 10 list. So this race is on my homepage, Topsy. Okay, so just go to my homepage. Whoops, not that. Don't click on that. That is something else. So okay, so just click on my homepage link. I'll tell you what it is. So if you scroll down, here are my races right here. And this is the race. Biggest gainers from the start of the race right here. Okay. That's what it's called. Biggest gain, just like it's named here. So it's right there. The biggest gainers from the start of the race. Okay. Of course, I'm sharing a lot of other scans, but you asked for that one, and it's right here. I appreciate well, Dak and I go way back. Okay, so are you using a cached version of my, homepage, Topsy? Because that's the only reason that you won't be able to find it. If you had saved my homepage from a while back, though I th so again, if you click on my homepage link, click on that link right here, okay? Click on that link right there, and I'm demonstrating it again. Scroll down. Here are my scans right here, and it's right there. Biggest gainers from the start of the race. The only way it could not be there is if you're using some kind of a cache version of my homepage that didn't have that. But you can see I'm pointing at it, and I've opened that link right there, so I am pointing right at it. So I just want to. It's okay. Good. It's a question I get a lot. If you load my just like Yael, if you load this scan right here, or the biggest gainers from the start of the race, you're not going to see everything that happened for me starting at 9:30. Okay, it'll s- you'll start getting whatever symbols are going to win races starting whenever you set. Let's call it 11:30. Same thing with the halts resumes. Okay, or if you load it, somebody wants to load my momentum scan right now, you're not going to see all the ones that started at 9:30. You're just going to see the latest one that at the time you loaded it. So that's why. So the same thing with the halt resume scan. You're only going to see the last one, not all the ones earlier. Same thing though, tomorrow, as long as you have this window incorporated as part of your layout, and as long as you load it, by 9:30 Eastern time, it'll be blank, and then you'll start to see the scans or the symbols as they come in. Okay, and that's with any scan that I'm sharing. You'll only start to see the symbols from the time of when you actually loaded the scan. Oh, okay, Iris. Okay, good. You found it. Okay. Well, again, for me, look, the old pad earlier today, OPAD came from our premium service, the AI. S- I'd, s- but I'd seen this in the pre-market. Okay, if you were, I don't know if you're, yeah, I think you were around in the pre-market, and so you probably heard me talking about OPAD. Not as something I was just absolutely going to buy today, but it was one of the ones that was up the most. Okay, one of the ones. So we talked about it in the pre-market. It showed up as and I had said in the pre-market, I'd said, well, it's got to get through this. That was the 200-day moving average. Okay, and I said, well, if it gets through that 200-day moving average, and remember, I was looking left. Where could it go? Well, the 200-day moving average was what at that point was about 210 or so. Well, if it got through that, if it could get through close to 265, that was certainly a good percentage increase. So for me, it was something I really wanted to watch. And then it showed up also in our AI, our premium service at 220. So that's when hopefully I was talking about it quite a bit. I said, well, I want to see how well it holds as 220. Notice what it did. It dipped down a little bit, came back up, and then when it popped through that 220 again, that's when I decided to take it. Yeah, I had a price alert. So it was certainly something that I wanted to follow. Now the other ones, I mean, the THAR was something I should have been in more than likely. It got halted. and then it came back down, and then it, eventually did break through the halt price. So it pulled back quite a bit. But based on its history of last week, it's something more than likely right around here, that 550 mark. I should have taken it in that area, but I was tied up doing something else, I guess. Oh, I see. Okay. Hmm. So that's the. Oh, I see. Okay. Thank you. I think you told me that before. So that's only for people who have cashed it and are looking at my old, who have cashed my, or have cashed it, have got my link saved from a while ago. Obviously, this is what I. Okay, I see. Okay, maybe I'll ask. Give me a moment. What time is it now? 11:35. This has been a really quick morning. But that's only for people. Yeah, that's only for people. Like, what is, hmm, that have my old page? I just have to. Yeah, you have to save my new homepage link, because I'm wondering. Yeah, I'm wondering how. I don't think, like Rudy, the guy who handles my homepage. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just talking to Pepe here in the main room. Even if he makes that change, obviously he's made the change. No, because you're saying when they go to, where are they find it? Where are they finding that on the trade ideas? Well, I'll tell you what. I'll give him this. See if he makes. But my link is not on the homepage anywhere from Trade Ideas, is it? If it is, if you could just, if you give me the link, I can show it. I can give it to Rudy. Yeah, I don't think it is anywhere. Anyway, I'll pass it on to him. Yeah, they've just saved it. Yeah, which is nice. I ask people to save it, but doesn't happen that often. But I get you're right. It happens every now and then. It just all people have to do is ask me. So Iris and anybody else, if you're ever looking for my scans, and I've told you to, or something else that's on my home page, and you have saved my home page from before, it's probably an old home. It might be an old homepage link. So just replace it with my new homepage link. Okay, so Rudy says you'll take a peek. Rudy is at Trade Ideas. He handles my homepage. Wonder why they did that. I know what they did. They just added that little TI/Barry Anderson. Anyway, guys, it's 11:39 already. What a fast morning for me. Anyway, love the questions. Keeps me engaged. So, Money Minds, I don't in our YouTube room. I don't know if you're still around. I mean, I suppose I could show this. This is from. It kind of looks like this with the money machine. I mean, this is sort of a. My machine is probably going to go crazy, but let me just see if I can load this. Because I've loaded this, my machine does not like this. But in theory, it'd be something like this. So it would take these stocks. See, you take these three stocks, auto trade them, and when one drops out. I mean, it is way too quick. I mean, for stocks coming in and out. But I mean, that is sort of the idea of it. And then you'd see your profit loss up here. Don't ask me what those other numbers are. Just wait for it to come out, guys, in simulation mode. Again, you're only going to have access to it if you have our premium service. Okay. Thank you, Pepe. Oh, here's a new one. HTCR, isn't it Heart something or other? Hardcore Enterprises, yeah. When I say new, haven't seen it at all today. HTCR, HTCR. I don't know if it's a public company. I thought I know what you're talking about. In Saskatchewan, the biggest, I think it's the largest in the world. Yeah, I don't know if I mean, it's government owned, isn't it? I don't think, I'm just typing in potash DAC, and I don't see it here as the Saskatchewan government that owns it, maybe, and it's public. I might be wrong. I mean, here's a Canadian, Sage pot, but that can't be it. And Millennial. These are some of the Canadian potash, tomato. Okay, so Nutrien. Okay, let me see. Is it a public company? It'll show if it's a Nutrien. Ah, NTR. They merged with Agrium to form Nutrien. Okay, well, I'm sure it must trade. Surprised it doesn't trade in. Oh, there it is. Yeah. So it's NTR deck. You can see it trades on obviously dual listed Canadian and New York. So there it is, NTR. Thank you, Jungle Jim. So Dak doesn't necessarily hear me. So I'm going to just. I only put a question mark just so it would stand out. Which makes sense. Nutrient. Okay, guys, it's now 11:45. So what happens at noon is I do take a break for about an hour. Should be Chris Farley. I'll confirm that, but it should be Chris Farley who will be in our YouTube room today, taking over for me for an hour. I'll confirm that. Before I do take my break, I will put the YouTube link in to the main room so you can head over and listen to Chris. The room I usually take off between 9:30, 2 to 2:30. I'll always stay later if there are questions. But William will keep the room open many times after I've gone, and he says he'll keep the room open until 3:45 today, even after I've gone. That's the main room. YouTube, I will have to shut down. Perfect. Yeah, you were right, Pepe. He just said he's added a redirect, so your old page goes to the new page. So thanks for pointing that out. So that should end that issue. Okay, guys, just give me a moment. I'm just trying to contact Chris. Make sure it is him today. If it's not him, somebody will be there. I don't know what you mean then, Dak. I know you can't hear me, but Saskatchewan potash is not Nordic. I don't. You mean nutrient? Is it really halted for an hour? Oh, it's a news halt. That's why, Rich. It's a news halt. So who knows? Now, I don't know if it's because I don't know if the commission is questioning. Well, why the big jump? Why do they pick on this one as opposed to another one? Well, yeah, halted news pending. So remember the last time we saw this hardcore H hardcore, not hardcore, HTCR had popped up and now it's coming back. Now, will the VWAP area hold it? VWAP is a 102. Will that hold it? Okay, well, open. I see it's up here, open. Well, here it is now, 564. So what was it halted at? Oh, that's right. This one went crazy along with the other like builders in the real estate section, hoping for rate cuts. Good question. Chris will probably answer that better than I will be able to. So the question in our YouTube room, I don't know if it's 97%, but Jeff in our YouTube room says, just a question as I'm learning more about day trading. I hear that 97% of day traders lose money. If that's true, then why is there a common mistake that everyone makes? I would say the most common mistake is not a clue about, I'm not trying to be mean, but not a clue about money management. Okay. Knowing where to put a stop, uh, and then getting out if the trade's not working. You can't assume every trade is going to work. Um, I mean, it's probably the biggest reason is money management. You have to accept the fact that not every trade is going to work, and you have to be able to get out with a manageable loss. So a manageable loss could mean, depending on your account size, I was usually the idea that, I mean, if you had a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking, say, $1,000 a trade. So I may this afternoon go into it a little bit more. I like to demonstrate risking, though I don't know if I can because Brokerage Plus wasn't working for me. Risking, say, $100 a trade. And yeah, another good one. Fear of missing out. You see something that's running, 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 and you get all excited about it, and you think, "I'm going to hop in right now," and it stops and it moves down, and you think, "You know what? It was so good. It's got to come back." As it keeps drifting down, it's got to come back. It's got to come back. It's got to come back. And I mean, that's not a way to trade, of course. You also have to, probably not practicing trading enough. I mean, people ask, well, how long is it going to take? I have no idea. It really depends on how much work you're willing and smart work, and not just work. When I used to be a big golfer, I see people on the driving range for hours every single week, every single day, always doing the same thing wrong. Say, yeah, but I was on the range for 4 hours. Yeah, but if you're doing the same thing wrong for 4 hours, it's not going to help when you get on the course. So it's the same thing about trading. If you don't have a plan in mind, like how, the type of number one, the type of trader you might want to be it a momentum trader, a pullback trader, specializing maybe in a certain price range, you won't know that when you're starting out. That's why we do have a simulator. You can practice trading using our simulator, uses our real time data, but it could be several months before you finally start to understand, well, what is the chart trying to tell me? I mean, every time you click on an alert, the chart is telling you a little story, you know, and if you have no idea what it's trying to tell you, Trade Ideas is a fabulous program, but it generates ideas to trade. It doesn't mean every time you see a symbol that you just take the trade. So I would say, the fear of missing out, just chasing things that you have no business chasing just because you've heard about something, not having any money management. You just take a trade and you have no idea where you're going to get it out of the trade. And now you're down 100, 2, 3, 4, $5,000 in the trade. Those are probably a few reasons why people don't make it. They don't want to put in the time. They think it's easy. Trading is not easy. Not the things that most people want to hear. They think, "Oh, I just, what's so hard about it? I'll take this one right now. It's up by 4%. It's got to go higher. It went higher earlier, so why is it not going to go back up?" I mean, that's a real simple, simple way of looking at things. So again, Jeff, I'm not trying to dissuade you, but there is a learning curve. Other thing is, start off really like don't risk very much money. And I'm going to be taking a break pretty soon. So risking money, the concept is, people think, well, okay, let's just say I bought INHP, okay, the 255 a share. Let's say I bought 1,000 shares. They think, well, you're risking $2,500 on the trade. No, I mean, yes, in theory, if it flashed down to zero in half a second, which is, I mean, it's just incredibly rare that that could happen. But the risk amount will be based, okay, if I took this trade right now at 266, and I thought, okay, as long as it holds the low of those two 5-minute candles, which is let's call it 256, that's a dime away. And if I took 1,000 shares, okay, and I have the discipline to get out, if it breaks through that little area of support, I thought I'd lose $100. Not counting slippage and other things that can come into play. But that's what we're talking about when we say a manageable risk. You're not risking the entire amount of the trade. You're putting an area on the chart where you think if it goes below that number, I want to be out of the trade. As I have to, a couple of things I have to do here. First of all, is put the YouTube link in the main room. So those of you who want to go over and listen to Chris, he'll be there in about 5 minutes, or not 5 minutes, but a minute from now. Now I'm going to put my announcement up. Stop my music so I can hear Chris if he shows up, when he shows up. Announcement, where's that? Okay, Chris, just give me one moment. I just heard the little pop. Just give me a moment as I put my announcement up. Just give me a moment. Okay, so guys, in the main room, I'm just going to type it in here, on a break. Back around 1 p.m. ET, okay? So I'm going to mute myself now in the main room. We'll see you guys in the main room in about 1 hour. Chris is now in our YouTube room. And now I can give him an official welcome. Hello.
Happy Monday, Barry.
Happy Monday. Yeah. Well, it's been an okay Monday. OPAD kind of made my day so far.
All right. Very good. Very good. Certainly, today I started a money machine strategy, and it's been interesting to watch. Hasn't worked out how I would like, but I will keep toying with it and see what happens for the rest of the day here.
Now, are you using your own or something canned from the company?
No, something I created.
Okay.
The P&L on this thing just goes crazy.
Mm-hmm. Huh. Well, that's why we're going to have it out in the simulation mode first.
Yeah.
And hopefully the company might have I know they are going to have a few ideas that people can try without having to create their own, but we'll have to see how it goes. I mean, that's...
Nope, exactly. Very strange.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm sure you're going to demonstrate it. There were a couple of questions about it, so I guess you're going to demonstrate it. So I'll let you go, and I'll see you in about an hour.
All righty. Sounds good. Thank you, my good friend.
Okay.
All right. Let me get my screen up there. I always forget about that. So funny. All right. So there, got it up on my screen here. Open forum here, folks, like we do every day at noon Eastern. I have no pre-done content, so I rely on you folks to drive the content with your questions. Of course, if you don't have any questions, I do my best to keep it interesting and informative all the same. No, Iris, I cannot share it. It's in the money machine, which is not accessible to you at this time. Let's see. Good day to you as well. And plural, good morning to you as well. So yeah, Iris, what I have is in the money machine. It's not something that can be shared at this time. So we'll see what happens when the money machine goes live paper mode for you folks. Till then, no, sorry. Looks like a bad print got me here. Huh. Sorry, I'm trying to understand something that happened here. If you never mind, that wasn't a bad print that got me. How did my P&L get so wacky then? It was here at like just minus like 65 for the day, right when I was coming in, and all of a sudden it dropped to this. Unless something else that I was open pulled back. Yeah. That wouldn't have been it. Gee, for the life of me, I can't figure out. Okay, here's what happened. This thing. Boy, my connection is ultra slow today. TWS I would recommend because I have no experience with IB Gateway and neither does anybody else here. Also, I'm the only one that does the troubleshooting on Brokerage Plus. So for both our sakes, I would say TWS. If you did the gateway, you'd really kind of be flying on your own. I can, look up some documentation to help you with it, but I have no personal experience with setting it up. So, with TWS, I have at least I have a reasonable amount of experience with that. Wow, this is really incredible that I cannot get anything to load right now. Okay, it says I bought it here. Put me in a short of that. Well, how the hell did that happen? All right, well, I'll have to inquire with greater minds than mine on how that short occurred. I doubt I'm going to figure it out through here. And again, folks, if you have questions, get those in for me here, please. Don't be shy. That's very unfortunate. Again, don't be shy, folks. Get some questions in if you have them for me. Like I said before, I don't have any pre-done content here. So it's always you folks driving the content with your questions. Can you set up an API with paper trading? You could paper trade to IBKR if you were to come here to connections for interactive brokers. Once you've set up the API within TWS, in the settings here for this, you just swap to TWS paper, leave the client 0 and save that and connect to paper like that. But that would be it as far as an API of paper. But we just have our own paper trader here, and I would just recommend using that. You don't need to do anything other than click and connect to it. That's it. Click, connect, and done. If you haven't watched my video on TWS, let me share that with you now. Why am I so slow right now? Sorry, folks. I'm going to bring up my task manager here and see what the heck if something's got me tripped up that I'm unaware of. Nothing else is major here. And Chrome being a piece of crap like usual. My CPU's at 100 from Chrome right now. What the heck? Why is Chrome destroying my computer? All right. Anyways, you're welcome, Stacy. Hey, Chris. So you're playing with the money machine. What are you using as a strategy? Currently, I am using. This is really upsetting right now. Sorry. Chrome has just got me bogged down. I don't understand why right now. Right now, I am using. Can I even show it? Yeah, I can show it here, I guess. Crap. I don't even remember what I'm using. Hold on, let me look. All right, up and moving. All right, so I'm using this strategy here. And let's see, we are looking at stocks that are at least 0.25% above the VWAP, 2% above the prior close, 1% above today's open, at least $5 for relative volume, and trade at least 1 million shares on the day. And we're sorting it by, okay, well, it keeps going back to this change from 30, but it's not change from 30. It's change from the open is what I've got it sorted by. I don't know if that's it not saving or... Nope, it reverted it back on its own. Okay, that's odd. So that's what I got going on there. So that's what I got going on there, SKM. Some of the recently suggested swing trades are past their suggested entry price. Do they gap up perhaps? So let me pull out the swing picks here. Let's see, a dock channel bar. Swing picks. Let's get rid of the channel and we'll just use this other thing. So, 1670 was the trigger for it. And yeah, it's up above it now. It took its time getting up over that. TWS is the app for IB to trade. I mean, you could use their web portal to place trades, but I don't think anybody anybody that's a serious trader is doing that. So TWS and IBK are the same thing. It's just their app. That's all. Just like Charles Schwab and Thinkorswim. It's the same thing. Just Thinkorswim is the app for Charles Schwab to trade in. How can I create a window for largest volume leaders? You could do this if you want just the largest volume leaders on the day. What I would do is create a top list. So the new top list window. And then, it put whatever filters I want in here for price and minimum volume traded and anything else like that. Although I don't think minimum volume traded is going to matter much in that regard. And then I would do, depending on what volume you want to be the leader, type in volume and look here what we got. If you want to buy shares, click shares and go sort by. And stocks that have traded the absolute most that meet the rest of your criteria here will be the ones that populate the top of that list. Just make sure on the sort it's also selected biggest on top. So that's what I would do there, Justin. Let me know if that makes sense, if you have other questions about that. Yeah, something's wrong with this. There's no way I should have 785 on AEHR. There's no way I should be minus 716 on this. And there's no way I should be plus 325 on this. So P&L is all screwy right now. So you can see why we've, just can't get it quite out yet. It's not going to be good for anybody if you guys are using this and you can't really tell what your P&L is, right? There's no way to decide or decipher is what you're doing working or not working. I cannot send a link to that. It's part of the money machine. It's linked into that right now. So I don't have a link for that. Sorry. When SKM, when you say brokerage plus does fast as hell today, are you on the simulator? Yeah, I don't, Andy, whatever Andy does is separate from this here. This is, I'm the one that's stuck doing this, and I call it stuck because I didn't create the system or anything. I just kind of inherited having to do the newsletter here. And I decided for the time being that I'd add this video for now, but I think that video is coming to an end soon. So I can't really comment on anything about Andy. The only thing I could say is, you've got what we're doing in here. That's really it. You got it, Justin. If you have other questions, let me know. Happy to answer those for you. Something, what you asked is pretty straightforward and simple, obviously. But, you can get more complicated with different things, not with the sort necessarily, but, other ways to scan for things with that and then bring the sort into play afterwards. Just take the stocks that meet the scan up the most. Or that have the highest value of what you're sorting on towards that top, of course. Yeah, Andy does a nice job. I see an email of his once in a while here and there, of course. But, Andy and Steve are two people that I learned probably more from when it comes to the swing trading side than any other two people out there. So, there's that. Any chance of personal guidance? I'm not sure what you mean by personal guidance. It's a personal thing. 3 sharp if you want to wait or not wait, but I don't have an opinion on that, to be honest. But some people do like the second mouse gets the cheese type of look on those things, meaning, don't be the one in on the first pass through it. No, I don't. I don't share ideas outside like that. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm not licensed for anything like that, and I don't like the idea of people following anything that I'm trying to do with trades. To be honest, it creates a pressure that I'm not comfortable with, or an expectation that I'm not comfortable with. I mean, I go through charts once in a while and hey, I like this, I don't like this, and things like that. But I don't do any kind of like special newsletter. I don't do a video like Andy does. This is what I'm looking at this week or anything like that. That's not something that's in my wheelhouse at this time. Where can I see the swing picks? Oh, swing picks. Yeah. You can find those if you go to new and go to docked channel bar right there. So it's channel bar and docked channel bar. Go to docked channel bar, scroll down, look for show more, scroll down again, look for swing picks. And if you click swing picks, you're going to get this window here that's going to have the Market Explorer scan that the swing picks actually came from. And then some other windows that are in here and whatnot. And then you get this this here, and this should be, if you're a subscriber, this is emailed to you every Sunday night. Just make sure that you have us whitelisted and check your spam and your promotions folders, especially if you're a Gmail user. A lot of times those things end up there, and so that's where these should come into you via email anyways. I would suggest them checking your spam and or promotions folder and make sure you've got it whitelisted. I couldn't know from here. Sorry. It's whatever email you signed up to Trade Ideas with, that's the email it would be sent to. But all the same, I wouldn't overly concern yourself with that. It's right there in the software for you. So usually I have this updated, I'll say in between 8 and 9 o'clock in the morning on Monday mornings. We do have a few select folks that on occasion, no matter what they've done, they do not receive our emails. Our system shows it has gone out to them. They're not on any kind of deferred list or anything like that. But there are just some people, for whatever reason, their domain does not allow our emails to come through, and there's unfortunately nothing we can do about that. So I think, sorry, I know I sound partially distracted. It's because I was trying to figure out this thing with the money machine. It was kind of disappointing to come in here and have that jump around like that, because while I wasn't like killing it on the money machine, at least it was running nice, and there's things that I want to talk about. But having the P&L do what it did just completely ruined everything. And I'm kind of miffed by it and trying to figure out what the heck happened here. But I'm not going to be able to troubleshoot this live right now. But going to be a heavy drawing board look on this. So if I missed anything, I think I've touched everyone's questions so far. Excuse me. But if I missed something, or if I touched on something, but you need me to maybe a little more in depth on it, let me know. The Momentum Express race. Where are you seeing that? And there's nothing you can do with the money machine right now. I mean, what you could do is, if you have a strategy you want to have traded in the money machine when it's live, when you come to the money machine settings, you'll be able to take the collab link from that and paste it down here. So you need the underlying top list. You can't use the race itself. So let me get rid of this because that's out of my way. Let me move this for the moment. So these races have an underlying top list. Any race has an underlying top list. So if you right click and go to open top list on the race, you're going to get the top list that it came from. And if you right click that top list and you go to collaborate, you're going to get this string right here. Go ahead and copy that. You're not going to be able to do this right now, but this is, you know, what you will be able to do when this is released. So copy that. And then over in the money machine here, in the settings, you'll paste that down here. There's actually an option. I can't do it right now because the money machine's running. I think I can manipulate it here. Yeah. All right. So you'll go here and, you know, you'll have different profiles. I think it just starts with whatever. I don't know what they'll do for the default ones for you guys right now. And then you'll come here to the 3 dots on strategy and go to paste collaboration, and it'll paste whatever you collaborated into here for you. And then you'll either save it as the profile or save it as a new profile. And then you got to give it the exit strategies that you want to use. Are you using TradeWave or using other things instead? You know, that's up to you, obviously. If you're not using the TradeWave, you know, you got this for the stop and exits, trailing stop, the rank, how this all works. There's tool tips on every one of these, by the way. So please, I beg people, I beg you, down on both knees, hands clasped together tightly, read the tool tips, then read it again extra carefully to make sure you understand it. Hopefully in the next day or 3, Steve and or I will have a video or 2 on this, going over it, and should encompass it all for you. Email from Andy. I don't know what you, I mean, there's an email that comes out from Andy. I don't know if it's every day or every other day. I'm not sure. But you have to be on like our primary list, which means you're likely going to get a bunch of marketing emails from us too. So it's a bit of a trade-off. And then let's see, ask, can I check SOUN? Sure, SOUN. We'll just wait for my charts to load. It's not, Trade Ideas is slow, but my entire computer's slow. I don't know why right now. I mean, I do know why. For whatever reason, Chrome is destroying my CPU right now. I don't understand why, though. I mean, Trade Ideas is down here. It's hardly using anything. And Chrome is just, I really just don't understand. I have 4 Chrome tabs open right now. This is incredible. Whatever, it is what it is. SOUN. Yeah, I mean, what comments are we looking for here? You know, it's got a lot of liquidity to it, but no volume or real interest in it. Looks like a positive reaction after earnings, gave it right back up, filling this gap down here. It looks top heavy. I'd say, you know, if it can hold this area in here. Let me try to use a real drawing tool here. If it ever wants to work, that is. Oh my God. Yeah, I mean, this is just god awful right now. Anyways, back to this drawing. You know, looking at this area here, you don't, you know, it's below this area here. I don't like that. You know, couldn't get through, couldn't get through, couldn't get through, got through, gave it right back up. You know, you can see how important this area has been for price. So I don't like it below that. I need it below this level to have some interest and see it build up off of that. That's my 2 cents on SOUN. So keep the questions coming, folks. I'll look at this other chart too, but I prefer questions on the software. I'm not a chart analyst in that sense, and I'm not doing technical analysis for everybody on charts. My biggest thing is this: I don't know any more than a million other people out there that do technical analysis. I'm nobody special or anything like that. That's the way I look at it. My expertise lie in the software here. Upstart, negative reaction to earnings, trying to find itself and bounce back. See if that helps. Again, it's got liquidity, obviously 3.1 million shares traded there, but there's no real interest in it right now. As we can see, 0.94 on the relative volume. So you're more than less at the mercy of the market with this, unless something happens that makes people a believer and interested in this again for whatever reason. If you're a premium subscriber, it's built into the system. If you're not, then you could, on our pricing page, you can find the sign up for that there. So if you're a premium subscriber, you're either getting the emails or it's in the software anyways. So if you look on the pricing page at the bottom right, here's the pricing page. If we scroll down, somewhere, where the hell is this thing? Swing picks. I don't know why it says buy add-on. It's not really an add-on, but whatever. If you click on that, you can subscribe to it there. OPAD, do I like the volume? Well, let's take a look. Take your time, OPAD. I don't really day trade, so if I was, sure, I'd like that volume because it means there's plenty of liquidity and plenty of people are interested in this and all those things like that, all the stuff you want to see when you're day trading. So yeah, absolutely, I'd like that. That's all the stuff that you need and want to see when you're day trading, without a question. My favorite race settings. My favorite race settings came from when I was trying to day trade or was a day trader. I don't know what to really call that, but it would be this relative strength from the open. And so the top list behind it looks like this. I'm looking at stocks from $2 to $30 that traded 400,000 shares on the day. They're 85% above the lower Bollinger Band. And they've got this volume metric here to try to make sure we're looking at stocks that are trading consistently. We don't want to see stocks that they trade 5,000 shares. They don't trade for 10 minutes. They trade another 30,000 shares. They don't trade for 40 minutes. that kind of stock. Here's I can share a cloud link to that specific race if you like. Let me just search that out. So that is a link to that race. No, there's no time setting on the Money Machine settings. Your only settings are these here for the entry. If you use the trade wave, you have these settings here for the exit. If you're not using the trade wave, you have these here for the trade wave, or these here, sorry. But there's no timed exit on it. You can add your own timed exit on a position. You can just right-click a position and add a time stop. But that would be all. Got it. All right, I think we're cruising along here. And of course, let me know, folks, if you've got questions still. I wonder if I bet my issue with Chrome right now is Trade Ideas related. Let's just see what happens here. Yes, you should be receiving that email. Either way, even if you're not, if for whatever reason you're not getting that email, you have access to it within the software. Just go to, as I was describing before, go to new dock channel bar and look for the swing picks down here on the dock channel bar. And that'll get you access to it. Okay, well, that did not fix the problem I thought it would. Quite unfortunate. You are welcome. So keep the questions coming, folks. Keep the questions coming. I checked SOUN. I checked Upstart already. So I already did those. Sure, I'll look at Hertz for you too. I said I'm not a chart checking service. Sorry, I'm here to this is geared towards Trade Ideas software for us, folks. Hertz, again, plenty of liquidity. Nobody's interested in that 0.92 on the relative volume. Negative reaction overall to earnings, I guess. I guess mute to say. Gapped up, just gave it up and didn't really go anywhere. So not really much going on here. You're market dependent unless something else is to go on. Looking at the last 5 years, clearly it's just in a downtrend, falling knife. Nothing exciting there. And QS. Same thing. Lots of liquidity at 6.6 million shares traded, but 0.21 on the relative volume. Nobody, again, interested at all. That doesn't mean that these are or are not plays or not. It's all dependent on what you're looking for in this, right? I mean, thing had a big run up. It's given up much of it. Long term, the thing looks terrible. No nice way to put this, but down 82.76% in 4 years is not good. Had for whatever reason it went on this run to 15 and gave half of it back, give or take. So it looks to be under pressure here again. Running into my multi-period low of 20 days here. So I don't know, maybe if it held this area, this might be something positive to build on. But $10 is going to be a challenge. It always is with stocks. Got up above it, gave it up, couldn't get back above it again here. So that, those are the kinds of things that I'd be looking at here. I think, if it cannot hold this area here, I mean, back down to $5 is a very realistic scenario, and then filling the rest of that gap afterwards, possibly. Again, this looks like it's going to be something that really needs news to move it because there's no real interest in it right now. Versus, if we were to look at sectors that are, just kind of moving on the year here, things that are related to gold, communications, China stocks for the most part, those are kind of the things that are moving on the year more than less. Is there a way to set up a notification alert for? No, there's no way to get a notification on premium long term. So on the AI long term, it's just you have to have that loaded and watch. So those signals just come in from the Holly itself. They start off as these kind of day trades here, or these day trade alerts. And then they move into, if they continue to move up X amount into the profit for X amount of time, they move to the long-term populated list. But it works like a top list, more or less, essentially. So no alert system to that. Sorry. I wish I could tell you something different. INDH. This thing, very, very active. Hong Kong, right? Yep, Hong Kong. There's one of these stocks. Be careful what that looks like. Those big topping shadows look like it's MO to give it up at some point. But we'll see if today's different. A bit of a mute day for the overall market here. Obviously, anybody that was around on Friday knows what we got. So right up there on Friday and just kind of grinding sideways after that first 60 minutes. Up, down, a little more down, tiny bit up, and just kind of running that way for now. So we'll see where that lands us. I don't believe so. I don't actually send the email. I just create the thing and then someone else sends it out afterwards. I was under the impression, but I could double check, that we send it out to all subscribers, which I was kind of against because so many people have email issues, and then everybody's like, oh, well, I'm not getting the email. Why not? And I don't want to troubleshoot it. But I'll ask when I load. I can't load up Slack right now to message her. But that was my last impression of this all. But I don't know. Things change so quickly around here. Beyond is looking great. Is it at 0? Up about a quarter today, just over 9.5%. Not my cup of tea though, right here. I mean, just all this down and down. It just seems to continue to be faded into oblivion at this point. But certainly some interest there at just under 3 relative volume. I also can say for the Swing Picks emails in general, if anybody's ever clicked unsubscribe from any of our list, it would probably remove you from that getting it. The other thing that happens now is this anti-spam stuff. If people get emails from us for X amount of time and don't open the emails, they're suppressed afterwards. It's like an anti-bot, anti-spam thing that we have built in now. Penn. I haven't seen that stock in a long time. Clearly way off any lifetime high it had. Oh yeah. Oof. 142 on that lifetime high. Well, off that recent low of back in April. I don't think anything special here. SoFi. Keep those questions coming. Keep those questions coming, folks. Got a little bit here left for Area returns to take control. Look at that. SoFi making some more all-time highs here, just grinding along. Rocket Labs. Kicking myself on this one. Well, only semi-kicking myself. I'd had some swing trades in it that went pretty well. Kind of let it get out of my radar for a while. And if the chart ever loads, I'll go over the kicking myself part. So I participated in some of that upside and some of this upside, not all of it. And then, just fading like this. But I like the way it was kind of bouncing and trying to hold in and around that 40 level there. And I thought about taking a stab at it on Thursday with that bottoming shadow, but I didn't. And well, $8 later, I wish I did. But that's the way the cookie crumbles. I've never used the paper trader from TWS, so I really couldn't say. But I mean, the thing with the TWS paper trader is this: one, you need to have pay for their market data in order for that API to work. So it's like you're going to pay them for their API. Pay them for their API data to paper trade when you could just paper trade for free with our software. It doesn't really make sense to me, but to each their own. So, I mean, I have to believe it works well. I don't see why it wouldn't work well. No, topping shadows are, a lot of people call them wicks, but that's not the technical term. So, like, that's a topping shadow right there. So, bottoming shadow, or this would be a topping shadow right there. There's another topping shadow. And to the downside, it would be a bottoming shadow. There you go. I didn't think of that. Yeah, the slippage does give a better feel for the slippage. Definitely, that's true. But you are paying them for that API. It would come from various places, Paul. info@trade-ideas.com, support@trade-ideas.com, hello@trade-ideas.com. I'm not sure where else. I'm not a marketing person here. There's a few insights that I have, but those would be the places that I'd be looking for: info@, support@, and hello@. Man, Western Digital, this thing is just on a mission. You got it, Paul. I mean, just a beautiful move off that April low. I mean, does it really get more clean than that? Nice reaction to earnings, running sideways afterwards, and now breaking back out again. I mean, look. I don't even know how far back you have to go to find some resistance after this. More than 5 years, though, obviously. So it's passing multi-year resistance. Top of this right here. Ugh. Where did I find CDC? Do you mean WDC? I have it on a watch list here. I traded it a long time ago. Well, I say long time ago. I traded it back after this gap here, and I got this part of the move here. And when it started to have these topping shadows up here, I got out of it. And then I continued to watch it do this afterwards. I should have got back in it, obviously. Could have, should have, would have. I'm very good at what I could have, should have done. Thus is life. So I kind of left it there as a slap in the face reminder. Where I originally found it from was this scan here. You know, this scan will have a lot of stocks in it, and I'll say in between 0 and 10 really get my attention a week. Tesla, green. What is Tesla doing here? What's it doing long term recently? So a good bit off an all-time high. I'm just really running sideways at this point. There's that all-time high dipped. I'm just really running sideways at this point. Not doing much. No, not at all. Happy to show it. Let's see. Load from cloud. My evening scan, share, copy, paste. Oh no, Ty, I'm definitely hindsight trading. I am king of that capital. I'm just teasing. I think we're all pretty good at it, or most of us, anyways. So that's the evening scan there, and I'll just go over it real quick for you. What I'm doing in it, what I'm looking for. Let's come to configure. Windows specific filters. Oops, wrong button, hide unused. So we're looking at stocks $11 or more with a relative volume of 1, trade at least 750,000 shares on the day-to-day, 75% above the low of the 20-day range. So we want to see it's attempting to maybe make some kind of breakout in that 20-day range, trying to get itself out of a no man's land. And then 75% above the low of today's range. So I'm trying to find things towards the end of the day or after the day is done that closed on the higher side of things, but not necessarily on the high of the day. And that may carry some momentum forward into the coming days. And that's what I'm looking for. Tesla would not be an example of a chart I want to see. Let's see if I can find anything that I like. Well, Rocket Lab was one of them. Still like it, but not after this move it's made in the last 2 days. $8 in 2 days, and I can't go chasing something like that. Don't worry, take your time, Rocket Lab. We have all day. You have to restart my computer after this. It's the only solution, right? Have you tried unplugging it and plugging it back in, right? So I like to see stuff that's, either ready for a breakout like that happened, or come back and tested a breakout level and bouncing off of that. So like I would really love to see this kind of consolidate the next several days and possibly give me a second chance entry. Of course, if the market were just to do anything silly like rocket ship up again or sell off with any kind of intensity, that would probably ruin the setup. But that would be most, if not all, setups ruined like that. What else? Let's see. Is there anything else in here I might like? Let's take a look at CIVI. Never remember looking at this stock in the past. Oil and gas extraction. Now, I can tell you by this monthly chart, I ain't gonna like it. Nope. Don't like that at all. SM. Boy, I do apologize, folks, for my computer not liking us today. Or at least I know it's not just trade ideas. It's literally anything else I've clicked on today since we started this. I'd want to see this like really clear this area here. No, I can't like this. Sorry, too much going on there. Slim pickings right now, it looks like. Corning. That's a stock I haven't heard of in a long time. Does that even actually exist? Is this a buyout? Didn't they sell out a while ago, Corning? No, that was someone else. Who was that? I can't remember who. I remember I traded this and another stock at the same time and they were near each other several years ago. That was the one. I can't remember what it was. Corning at a lifetime high. Didn't have that on my bingo card today. Beautiful reaction after earnings. And going into the earnings, just, a nice steady move up here, right? That's the kind of move I like. That's some great hindsight trading right there. What's it up over the last couple of days? It's up $1.35 today. Less than $1 the other day. This is interesting here. I do like that. There's a little bit of a train leaving the station feel. I don't see Barry anywhere. Uh-oh. Oh, thanks. That's so funny, Pepe. I had to close Slack because I thought it might help me, my situation here, but nothing seems to help. I've shut down every other program except for Chrome, and Chrome is just destroying me right now. All right, I'm going to begin to shut down here, folks. If you'd like to rejoin Barry, let me give you a link to that. And then I'm going to get out of here. All right, so this is a joint, I was going to say a joint link, but it's not a joint link. This is a link to join where Barry is. So I'll give you all a moment to get into that, and we can go from there, or you can go from there, and I'll shut this down. So as always, thank you all kindly for your time and your interactions. Hopefully you all got a little something out of this. And for those that don't know, we do this every single market day at 12 Eastern. So don't feel like you missed out. Plus, Barry's running his thing over there too. He's not as quite focused on just going over the software as we are. But if you have any questions for Barry, he can answer most questions anyways. What he can't answer, Pepe, I'm sure, would love to chime in and help you with it because he is pretty darn good like that, to say the least. So again, that link will get you over back to Barry, folks, and I'm going to end the stream now. You all have a great rest of your day, and who knows, maybe I'll see you again later this week. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.